Alright, and we're live. Sorry if I sound like hell. This has been a bit of a rough weekend for me, and I worked on the script yesterday so I could try and get this video put together and like out the door, and it just wasn't happening. So I figured I'd throw the stream up and see how far I can actually get in it. I've got about a page and a half in. I legitimately feel completely dead, but I know I won't sleep. So, hand over source code for stars 2 and 4. So let me write some script writing stuff, and hopefully we'll have some folks join in on chat. So yeah, so we talk about here at the beginning, digging into your history of OS2 and early Microsoft, an add version 4 for good measure. Code is interesting in academic sense. Thanks, I Heart Max. I'm definitely trying to stay functional. Like, I haven't had a good... I'm night cycling at the moment, and whenever I night cycle, it tends to be really rough on the body. Some are better than others, and this week has just proven to be really rough. We're getting into proper summer here in Greece, so it's been humid and sticky. It's not so bad tonight, but the last few days have just been ick. So let me see here. So all right. Like, I was working on doing the script writing the other day, and like I have a prelude that basically talks into talking about MS-DOS 1, and I wasn't super happy with it. Like, when I was doing the Linux from scratch video, it really just kind of came together really easily. To the point that I would have the script written like literally the day of or the day after I would do a live stream, and this one it just isn't. My goal is, if I can get the script written, I can record the voiceover tomorrow when I'm more awake, more alive, yada yada yada. And the worst part is, like, there's a VHF amateur radio contest up, and I got the antenna up, but ever since I reset the main antenna, I've been dealing with RF feedback in the shack. I'm guessing what's happened is it's been so dry here. The prior to this, the ground was absorbing like extra RF, and now it's going back into the shack. I've got Faraday chokes, but I haven't actually managed to debug the problem yet. So let's see here. So basically what I really want to just showcase is building MS-DOS on Xenix, but I figure while I'm here I should cover all the other ones. Well, the simple answer is that Microsoft didn't always build their operating systems on top of itself. I'm going to overlay some footage of DOS 1.0 rebuilding itself on an emulated, here. Just to give an idea what the simplest version of why that is. Back in the day, Microsoft used to use more powerful mini computers to build their operating systems, their products and operating systems. Xenix, for example, Basic was primarily Microsoft's first highly successful product. GW Basic was primarily coded on PDP-10s and then cross-assembled for the 6502 and other microprocessors. And this was also true for DOS, which was built on Xenix and as far likely on OS2 later in its days. So what is Xenix? Which was originally true for DOS, although the full story there is a bit more complex. This is your host and commander, and today we're going to be building MS-DOS source code on Xenix and OS2. Alright, I think, however, before we get to that though, we need to talk a bit. Let's go a bit through the history. Because I think the 8088 build of DAWs 1.0, I think it took about 20 minutes for it to finish. Maybe not that long. I have the footage, I just don't know offhand. Actually, you know, I can look at the footage right now. I haven't even sorted out the footage for this one, which kind of sucks. That's going to be like, in and of itself, like a long, massive project. Where did I save it to? Video, output, recording. Okay, so it's in the OS2 video clips. Let's see here. OS2 stuff. Video clips. So I think it would be this one. Yeah, this looks right. So let me just want to see how long that actually took now that we're looking at it in hindsight. Oh shoot, I left chat burned in. Crud. Alright, so the build started here. I guess I can leave chat burned in. It's not a big deal. So it starts here at 3 hours 15 minutes. And it finishes... I guess I click off it at some point. Yeah, but that goes for like 10 minutes. Okay. I mean, I can leave it burned in. I guess it's not a big deal. Assembled. I did, as with most of my projects, as is usual, I did this live on stream, and yeah, I mean, I think I can. I don't think I even need to point it out. I almost wonder if I should like re-record or redo it. First successful product, cross-assembled for the 80605. So let's go for the history. Let's go for the history. This was main operating system used on IBM and IBM compatible machines from the 80s through to the later 90s. Let me see here. Yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do in the future, or not so near future, is I'm going to have to like make a frame for overlaying stuff. I don't really want to rebuild it, so fair enough. QDOS or quick dirty operating system. Highly accessible across the whole. This is also true, but the full story here is a little more complex. As an operating system, the first version of DOS doesn't have really a lot to say about it. Quick or dirty operating system. As released by Microsoft, only the DOS 4 has fully complete source code. DOS 1 and 2 are missing components to make an actual complete build. It's here where I need to bring up the of Michal Nasik, because the DOS 1 source code wasn't buildable because he went through the work to not only make the source buildable, but also tracked down the versions of MASM, of tools needed to build it. To understand what he did, though, we need to break down what exactly goes into a minimum DOS system. There are 4 components that we care about. First, its job is to load the I/O system, which is which has code. I guess I/O system is to load the first track of the disk, which contains io.sys or IBM bio.sys, into memory and execute it. Now, there's 2 different. You might wonder why there are, which, depending on the specific edition, the operating system. Hey, Abraham, I hope you're having a good evening tonight. Like I said, I'm mostly just sitting here writing in an effort to get this done. We'll call this, after that's loaded, the base MS-DOS kernel, which is either known as IBM DOS sys or MS-DOS sys, is loaded, which contains the bulk of the MS, which in turn loads the command line interface known as command.com. Now, you might have heard a lot of ors in that previous sentence, and that's because DAWs came in two different. It's because DAWs had two separate going from Malago to Virgo. I don't even know where those are. Virgo, I think of the Virgo superclusters, but I'm assuming it's a different place called Virgo editions. These are the IBM and Microsoft. The videos are always scripted, Alexis. The live streams are not. It's not the first time I've thrown up the stream to write a script, but I am having some El Mundo writer's block on this one. No, this is me just doing script writing. Oh, in Spain, Garcia. Sounds nice. I'm hoping to visit Spain at some point this year. I have my interview with Greek Immigration. I think it's week after next. Yeah, so these are Microsoft editions, although it's actually more complex than that. Okay. Like, how do I even describe this more complex than that? You see, operating systems weren't something that you just bought off the shelf. They were instead licensed by individual computer companies, adopted for their hardware, and then shipped by that company to their users. This is why they're... Furthermore, DAWs ran on more than IBM PC compatibles. It was available for a fairly large range of 8088 systems. Now, for the most part, these systems ran what is known command.com. Microsoft and IBM editions. And depending on the edition, it would load different files and have some technical differences between the two. However, actually, it's more complicated than that. But let's start with the big fish. The two primary editions of DAWs comes in IBM and Microsoft flavors. As far as end user software goes, they're identical. But since we're building from source, it's worth bringing up the difference. In the source code for all three editions of DAWs we're building, there are version flags that determine for building the Microsoft version or the changes made for there's something known as the IBM flag. This flag has different names depending on the version, But the long and short of it is that it enables certain technical changes that IBM wanted for DAWs when running on their machines. Making things even more confusing, some OEMs shipped the IBM version of DAWs instead. These differences include, but are not limited to, the names of the files used in the early boot process. Other technical changes deal with the location of certain kernel functionality, such as the exec handler either being in command. I believe it's either in command.com, maybe in ver 2, yeah. Let me see here. I mean, here's the original article. Let me see if I look at this. Messy source code format. See, reproducing. Here it is, Microsoft.ibm. In either as far as user applications and compatibility goes, it's mostly irrelevant, and most of these changes largely just feel like things IBM asked for, but don't seem to have any real advantages or disadvantages in practice. To make matters even more confusing, some OEMs, such as Compaq, actually shipped the IBM version of DAWs while rebranding it to their own name, i.e. Compaq DAWs. Shipped DAWs with the IBM flag set, the Compaq DAWs. I suspect Microsoft felt the same way, since instead of just making these changes to DAWs, they broke them the largest visible user change is the default style of prompt. Under IBM flavored versions of DAWs, the default prompt shows the drive letter, while The default prompt just shows the driver, while Microsoft versions 2.0 and later also include the current working directory. It does feel like these were very arbitrary changes. I can strike that sentence and then put it here. Practice. Maybe. And I have my own separate thoughts on this. Real advantages or disadvantages. It honestly just feels like IBM changed things to say they had input into the development process rather than making actual technical advancements. It broke them into the version flags we saw I just showed. Alright, so let me add some directions on how I'm going to show this on the screen. Alright. Okay, complete. So, alright. Highly successful products, also true for DAWs, full stories online. I probably should add main operating system used. I think I should talk about the lack of features. This is also true. I'm going to that clip is going to run for a while. Internally, it was known as QDOS or Quicker Dry Operating System. It was originally written in 1979. SCP's main business wasn't making computers. So, as far as functionality goes, DAWs 1 is surprisingly lacking. There's no support for hard drives, directories, or even the del command to delete if you wanted to erase a file, you had to use erase. On the plus side, it was about this was, if you want to erase a file, you have to use erase. Even standard I/O functions didn't really exist at this point. Under the hood, the operating system uses what are known as file control blocks, or FCBs, to access files on the disk. I gotta look at the actual API for them. File control block. Even the standard DAWs I/O API didn't exist yet. Instead, a much more limited system using file control blocks was in place. which largely let you read and write files, but not much else. FCBs. FCBs were commonplace, were used on CPM and DAWs 1.0. Fate essentially replicated the API wholesale. So, with a lack of things to show, I forgot if DAWs 1 actually included an assembler. I think it did. I'm pretty sure MS-DAWs 1 actually did include an assembler. Let me see if I can find a listing of the files on disk 1. No, it only had debug. Yeah, it only had debug. It really didn't come with much of anything. About what it actually takes to build. Now, I can't take credit for this part of the work. The MS, he also made the buildable boot disk, which we're currently watching, which has been running the DAWs build right along to this point. However, to understand what it took to make the system buildable, we need to break down what goes into a minimal DAWs system. Comes in IBM. So this talks about the two flavors. Make matters worse. Okay, so IBM flavors. So this talks about the Microsoft and IBM flavors. However, if you thought that was confusing in and of it's confusing, don't worry, it gets worse. Alright, well, I mean, that's progress. Sorry, I haven't actually been watching. Tiago, that actually depends on the version of DAWs you're using. Microsoft... I'm pretty sure... No, I'm almost certain that that's a versioning thing. I'm almost like 90% certain that's an IBM version. You know, now I need to check the source code. I actually do need to check the source code on that one. What was the name of the flag on this one? I think it was IBM OEM. I guess it was just IBM. Actually, it would be in command.com, not in this one. Well, frig, it recognizes these as binary files. Is there a way to force this to be ASCII? Actually, that looked like that was it right there, ASCII. Maybe not. Let me look in int.asm. Let's see here. Let me look at prompt. Doesn't look like that's there. Maybe it's in command.asm. No, maybe our data. My leg. That's the only place where that is. So it's IBM Ver is the flag. So let's look at tdata ASM. Okay, so int command get interrupt vector. Right, so MS-DOS was built into the command.com was built into like 3 different parts. There was the resonant part, there was the discardable part, and I don't remember what the last one is. That may have come later then. I may be misremembering. I was fairly certain that the prompt on 2.0 changed if it wasn't. That may be a 4.01. Then I should actually scratch that sentence. But I just want to look and completely confirm that. Because I'm not completely sure where the prompt source code is. I know prompt is used... Let me see here. Prompt. Of course, this file actually loads without issue. Interesting. Cancel Control X. Okay. It's interesting how that's listed as a separator in the IBM version. Yeah, that looks like all the stuff that does pathing and such. Okay, so it may have been a DAWs 5 change. Alright, I'll strike that sentence. Give me a moment. Alright. You know, I want to check something on the exec function. Where is that in command.com? Because if it's in the resident area, then it wouldn't have made any real difference. Transient routines. Exec. Huh. I legitimately am not sure. 2.0 came out with the XT, but I know for a fact that DAWs 3, at least the IBM version, doesn't change the prompt. Because I've always had to make that change manually when I use IBM PC DAWs. So I think I need to... it's mostly irrelevant. As far as user visible changes go, there weren't any I could see on this version. I had thought that the default prompt changed from just being the drive letter on IBM branded flavor versions to also including subdirectory. But after examining the code, this behavior actually appears to have come later, possibly as late as MS-DOS 5. I know on DAWs 5 it's different. I know on the late versions. I'm pretty sure I have the source code to DAWs 4 handy. Let me see if it's different in there. The question is, where did I put that code? v4.0 source command. I assume it would be in command.com. If IBM oh, that's an interesting comment. IBM wants to issue access denied in this case. Do copy. So what's it complaining about? So if it can open... They asked for it. I find that amusing that that's actually there. So I'm probably going to have to add the S in other places. Okay. Minus DOS 5. Rather notably, there are a fair number of comments in the DOS 4 source code that refer to IBM behavior as that wasn't the only place we saw that, right? I want to make sure I didn't. Batch uses Xenix. I didn't actually. In these versions. Some of these involve how default prompt changed. They weren't Dictine in these versions. Most of the differences I had previously thought that the style of command line, that is either showing the drive letter or the full working directory, changed, but it doesn't seem to be in the code. I mean, that is the other thing I could check, is I could check for the actual string, like grep control P. a bunch of stuff in recover. Handle, pop. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything relevant here. Seg check. The code, at least the versions as published, but it's easily a change OEMs could have made. Straight out. I also found this comment suggesting that adding a bit of credence to the fact that Microsoft wasn't always happy with IBM's requested changes. So now I've got... I feel like I'm going kind of down a really long tangent. Did with PC-DOS 1.0. He also tracked down versions of tools needed and make it almost byte for byte identical to what was originally shipped. He also made a buildable boot disk, which is what we've actually been watching, which can rebuild itself. Remember that DOS 1.0 had no support for hard drives. It was floppy disks or bust. This bootable demo is what we've been watching rebuild DOS in the background while I think I want to talk about this a little later. And, well, to be blunt, this is something that causes a lot of pain, confusion, so we'll come back to that. Right now, let's talk about what Michal did to get the source code buildable. Unlike Microsoft actually included a copy of an email from Tim Peterson talking about where they got where the DAWs 1 source they published came from. I do have that email. Let me pull it up. So GitHub, MS-DOS. .25. Yeah, so here's the email. Yeah. It was a copy of DAWs 1.0, or more specifically 1.25, that Seattle Computer Products shipped for their own machines. It's not IBM DAWs 1.0, which ran on PCs. This, of course, while both machines are 8088s, are based on the 8086 architecture, they're not one-to-one identical, and thus DAWs is not directly compatible between the two. Although they do share a lot of interoperability, and simple applications can be made to run. I don't know if I want to include that, because going down the rabbit hole of DAWs compatible is actually kind of long. It's not IBM DAWs, which ran on PCs. It's not... Yeah, so I do want to talk about the two different flavors, but we will get to that. So base DAWs kernel, cause of pain confusion. To help make sense of this mess, we need to keep in mind that DAWs ran not only on the PC, but various 8088 compatible machines as well. These systems were known as DAWs compatibles, but only applications that limited itself to the DAWs API and no hardware functions were interoperable between them. Like, I really... okay, hold on. This is the purpose of io.sys, which essentially acts as in what we would call a hardware abstraction layer in modern terms. It maps specific functions used by the DAWs kernel to hardware functions. These functions include, but are not limited to. So let me look at the actual source code to io.sys. Like, I want to see what's actually here. Floppy, yeah. Floppy disk, interfaces, serial ports, printers, and more. As such, the process of porting DAWs from machine to machine largely involved rewriting, modifying io.sys to meet the target hardware. This is how DAWs 1.0 was ported from SCP machines to the IBM PC 5150. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So we'll come to that when it's a little more logical to talk about. Just remember that it exists. To help keep things straight, help machine. While the IBM PC would eventually become the de facto hardware called mounted hardware abstraction layer, unfortunately, the source code released by Microsoft is not for IBM PC-DOS. It is instead the source code after doing this, MS-DOS sys and command.com, the two other core system files, would mostly work without any further modification. This practice was fairly common. As such, I don't even think it was called MS-DOS.sys. Well, I guess it was called MS-DOS.sys at this point. Modifying IO sys to meet the target hardware. That's how DOS was ported from SCP and to other 8088 to other 8086 compatible machines. Mostly work without any further modification. For example, SCP's original machines, which sadly I can't find a picture of, used 8-inch floppy drives. Conversely, the IBM PC 5150 used 5 1/4 drives instead. As such, to support the 5 1/4 inch drives, I don't even know if I should go down for an example of actual changes made here to meet the target hardware. Instead, these hardware differences were all abstracted in IO.sys and thus made porting DAWs from one system to another. It's also very similar to how CPM split off its operating system into a... While this may seem innovative for the time, it should also be noted that DAWs wasn't the first system to do so. CPM actually did the same exact trick with its core operating system split. I believe in CPM it was called the BIOS. Let me look it up because I think yeah, let me see here. CPM. Components. Three parts. The BIOS, BDAWs, and CCP, which are analogous to DAWs's IOSys, MS-DAWs sys, and command.com. Or in other words, the DAWs 1.0 was a knockoff all the way down. CPM all the way down, including its basic architecture. this is just another example of how DOS 1.0 was a knockoff of CPM all the way down, including its basic architecture. Thus, by modifying io.sys, it was possible to port the rest of DAWs relatively easy from machine to machine. It is also how DAWs 1.0 was ported from SCP machines to the IBM 5150 and other compatible machines. While it might seem innovative for the time, I don't know how much Well, Microsoft didn't do the ports of IOSys. Those were done by the vendor. Microsoft basically, the way Microsoft used to do it, and we know this partially because there's been leaks of the DAWs source code over years, but even looking at the DAWs 2.0 source code, we know this. There's what was known as OEM adaptation kits, which was the complete source to IOSys, partial source code to MS-DOS.sys, and partial source code to command.com, as well as the other components that were needed to be changed. Relatively easily from machine to machine. I'm kind of thinking on what I want to call this, like video title, a deep dive into MS-DOS is source code, featuring building it on Xenix and OS2. I think that's all I really need to say about it. I mean, I legitimately think that's all there is to say about it. I think that covers the video pretty clearly. So if I actually want to do this, okay, so if that's where we're going, it also gives me a fairly good reason to dive into the source code and write up what I found. As such, this is both a weird exercise in cross-compiling and a deep technical dive in how DAWs was built and created. Now, for those entirely unfamiliar with DAWs, yeah, pain and confusion is kind of what I'm feeling about this. How long is this? Usually each page of script comes out to be about 3 minutes of footage. It does vary, but let me see our word count. So it's 4 pages right now. Oh god, this might actually be a much longer video than I thought it would be. Let me stretch my legs for a moment because my right leg is falling asleep. Alright, give me a moment. I almost wonder if I want to do a change the title of the video. Deep dive into Microsoft DAW's source code. Featuring building it. How many characters is there's a character limit on YouTube on how long a 72. I mean, I think that kind of works. That's good for me, since I don't have to jump through any real hoops to make a video on it, unlike my last dive into Word for Windows. No, screw it, I'll scratch that sentence. There we go. Implementation. Basic. I also drew pretty heavily on external sources to build this video. A full list R is in the description for those who want to read more. Special shout out to the OS2 Museum and PCJS. You know, I'll leave that. I'm just going to leave that in the source because I'm going to be commenting on all this further down. So see your bootable system and much more straightforward. Keep things straight. And furthermore, help make sense of this mess. This is the purpose of io.sys. Just remember it exists, and I will be using the Microsoft variant of these files. That is io.sys and ms-DOS.sys to refer to them going forward. Oh, you're right. It was a very basic. Thank you, Tiago. I am reading chat, even if I'm not commenting much on it. No, like when I have writer's block, it's really good to have the stream up and have it going up. Hey, Diago, I really do need to do more creative writing on stream. This is going to be a longer video than I thought it would be. I guess I have more right to say than not. Fairly large range of 8088 systems, because I'm still in the MS-DOS 1 boonies. The flag had different names depending on the version, but the long or short of it, the short version is the IBM flag. Enables yeah, I've had a rough couple of days. I don't really want to go into the details on stream, but I meant to work on this script yesterday because I didn't think this was going to be a long script, and I think the joke's on me. I don't think it's actually going to be that hard to edit because I know exactly what I need for the footage, and I should, in theory, have all of it. Alright, so let me add some scripting directions so I know exactly how I'm going to open this. I did this live on stream in 86 box and accidentally burned the chat in. So live on stream in 86 box while trying to make sense of the absolute mess before me. Trying to decode, let's see here, I'll just leave that. You know, I might just do it, leave it on, put it like a burn-in on screen. Like, you know how I usually put the yellow text in my videos? I think I might just do a yellow text there saying So we're analogous to that is IOSys. First thing going forward. Keep things straight makes sense. We need to get an So this now brings us to just exactly what Microsoft released as free and open source software. Microsoft, unlike the later versions DAWs, Microsoft actually included an email from Tim Peterson that explains exactly where this code came from. The source code to DAWs 1.0 that they published, or more specifically 1.25, was the version shipped for Seattle Computer Products machines, and not the IBM version that was shipped with the that was available for the IBM PC 5150. As such, while I do believe this code is buildable as is, it won't build into a working system, into something working on an IBM PC. Thus, we now loop back to McCall, who, using the provided source code, buildable as is, it will not build. The main difference between the SCP machines and the between the software shipped on the IBM shipped for SCP's machines and IBM ones is the different version of io.sys. Using the provided source code, available reference material, and a disassembler, he successfully disassembled IBM's version of the IOSys driver and merged those changes into SCP, and then merged the necessary. He recreated the IO. I know I was saying it was going to be I don't know if these exist, and at different times I will refer to them with either name, depending on context. We will go into why there are different names for these files a bit later on, because my God, that's a headache to explain. All right, so now he recreated the IBM, the IO driver. Build, this is where we get to McCall's work on DAWs 1.0. Using a disassembler, he reverse engineered the IO driver on IBM PC DAWs 1.0. That is to say, the IBM biosys file, and then re-implemented the changes to SCP's io.sys to generate a source file that, when assembled, recreated the IBM version of the IO layer. In effect, he ported MS-DAWs. He ported Microsoft's source code back to the IBM PC. All right. He also did a hat trick. A6 DAWs. See here. I just want to check the order he actually did this in. August. In fact, quite a few years later, he went through and did the reverse. He took an old version of 86 DAWs and ported it to the IBM PC via the same mechanism. I am honestly impressed at his knowledge of low-level wizardry, and was fortunate to have the honor. You know, I'll actually mention that later, because I worked with McCall on Xenix stuff later. Wizardry to make this possible. So, that covers pretty much all I have to say on DAWs 1.0. And as you can tell by the video footage, DAWs 1 is still assembling in the background. Yeah, I mean, that should definitely, yeah, because the original footage of me doing this, I might have to re-record this footage. Yeah, we start, when do we boot up? I'm assuming we boot up basically here. Oh, I don't even have it. I actually, like, click off it. Yeah, no, that's going to be more than long enough. And it's not even a full build. It's literally the three files. It's literally just building the three files needed for a minimum system. So yeah, that's kind of why building DAWs on period correct hardware was not a thing you wanted to do if you could avoid it. So then, this now brings us to DAWs 2.0 and thus Xenix. Although that's true in more ways than you might realize. Xenix DAWs 2.0 was effectively a rewrite of DAWs 1.0. And it was a rewrite with specific purpose. So there was a YouTube video talking about ZDAWs. Let me see here. Yeah, this is the video here. I forgot what he used as a reference. I'm hoping he included it. And I also realized that's probably playing in the background. Let's see here. For here, we need to step backward. Take a step backwards. Microsoft not only sold DAWs, it also sold a different operating system. Specifically, a port of AT&T's Unix known as Xenix. Xenix was originally available for quite a few When did Xenix originally release? Xenix originally released in 1980. Okay. So where does it doesn't I'm looking at Wikipedia. It doesn't exactly have a citation for that. Although there is this history of Microsoft article, which of course doesn't go anywhere because let's see here. Originally released in 1980, and like most available for a wide variety of machines. Xenix was essentially a port, although Xenix was originally released in 1980, and the machines in question, Xenix was... How do I even introduce this? Because now we need to talk about Xenix. I gotta think about this one. Let me go get a little idea while I do this. wide variety of operating systems. Now, the focus of this video is DAWs. I'm not exactly going to deep dive to Xenix here, but I did a fairly long write-up of restoring an old version of Xenix 386, a project I did with Karl almost a decade ago, long before I started this channel. The link is in the description, but I will give you a high-level overview. This channel in its current form. Links in the description. Xenix was essentially the business, the high-end business operating system that DAWs wasn't. It supported multiple users, multitasking, and essentially everything you'd expect from a Unix system. Microsoft, originally Xenix was used on Motorola 68000 development workstations, but unfortunately these early versions have been lost to time, even if they still existed. There's likely no emulator of the non-x86 ports of Xenix. Let's see here. It was available for multiple platforms, specifically because I know it was available on the TRS-80. I don't think it was the Coco. I think it was the original Trash 80. Because there was TRS Xenix. Yeah, no, it was available on. Yeah, it was available on. Let me see here. Most of these early versions have been lost to time. What does still exist is a port to the Apple Lisa, dated from approximately 1984, and a port to the TRS-80 from around 1983. Let me see if I can find a screenshot of TRS Xenix. Man, I almost wonder if I want to try and boot up TRS Xenix on an emulator for a clip. Yeah, the development system. Actually, the development system on the TRS-80 is archived. I didn't look at the TRS-80 development system. I don't know if it has the cross compiler in it. There is a README. I'm gonna have to install that on a flipping emulator, aren't I? Because I see a whole bunch of stuff for it, but I don't actually Oh, hold on. I got the manual. Let's take a little look at the manual and see what the manual has to say on the subject. TRS Xenix development. Let's see here. Assembly language, standard I/O, C interface. I had this doubt that they had the cross compiler available for it. No, it doesn't look like they did. Apart from this. Now, there was a claim on Wikipedia that I want to verify and see if it's actually there. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, okay, so this is a scan of... Let's take a look at this. So this is a scan of the PC Magazine. So let me read. Future plans for DAWs or the bridge to Xenix. Xenix of 5 megabytes. So let's read this article. Oh man, this interface sucks. Let's see here. CPM 86 calls, much more sophisticated ways. Future plans for Xenix. From a presentation by Paul Allen, that was the vice president. Okay, clear migration path from MS-DAWs. To Xenix. MS-DOS enhancements to the same version, Xenix compatibility features, disk performance, shell. Yeah, this is basically what I expected this to be. Because there was an article talking about Xenix. Oh god, hold on, I just noticed that ad in the corner talking about ISM databases over here. Index sequential access method. Yeah, there's something you don't see every day. Okay, so that reference actually does exist. Now, how is this relevant? Well, Microsoft's plan at this time, which is roughly, was that MS-DOS would become the gateway to Xenix. Become the bridge to Xenix. And Xenix would go on to be Microsoft's premier operating system. This link let's see here. What was this video? This link between DAWs and Xenix is largely forgotten, but a video by the Westlife talking about ZDAWs was the first time I actually heard of it.
To summarize, though, Microsoft essentially saw Xenix as the future going forward and promised to backport features, implement features from Xenix to MS-DOS, from Xenix to DOS. Xenix to DOS. Now, in fact, we can actually see this article from PC Magazine 1988 has notes from Paul Allen, the then vice president of Microsoft, going deeper into this. But the long and short of it is that Microsoft saw Xenix as the future. These features would start appearing in DOS with version 2.0, but then history happened. And we can, in fact, see a clear influence from Xenix from these two files in DOS 2.0 source code named appropriately enough Xenix ASM and Xenix 2 ASM. I actually want to take a closer look at those files and just see what they actually implement. So v2 source. Yeah, so Xenix file calls So one thing I know about DOS 2.0 that didn't exist in later versions is it actually supports backslashes instead of forward slashes as the path separator. I believe, let me see if I can find that. DOS 2.0 path separator config.sys. Yeah, I think this talks about the path. I'm pretty sure this talks about the path separator in here. Yeah, here it is. You see, it talks about use of backslash and forward slash. These, in fact, these two files essentially implement Unix-like I/O on top of MS-DOS, replacing the older FBC mechanism used in CP/M and DOS 1.0. Furthermore, DOS 2.0 implemented subdirectories and a limited form of device nodes. as seen on in the form of special names. Special, yeah, I guess I can just say, I think I'm gonna have to film a clip for that. Rather notably, a README file included in the source code actually denotes that Microsoft used Unix-style paths and switches by default and only changed them. There was even a larger difference. I'm actually curious if we could revive that. Larger difference that sadly didn't see the light of day. The path. Yeah, I think unlocking the secrets. Yeah, I think that works. I actually wonder if we can, if that feature I could, yeah, those were intentionally intended by, so transparent batch files. I am curious, let's see if that DAWs patch file is in here. No, it's not. I see config.txt, configuration files, available dev. Yeah, so there's this switch character. I mean, look at those paths. A/bin, I mean, that's what they intended originally. So now I am curious. Yeah, oh yeah, pipes were also a thing that they added. So switch char was the name of the thing. I'm assuming that would be in sysint.asm. No, that's what loads command.com. God, look at that. You can actually see the dev null, dev aux stuff. So I am curious if you could actually switch it back. Because it does imply... use slash, I think is... There it is. Yeah, dir char and switch char. So interestingly, it's set in the, so let's see if we can find where that's set. rdir char. Yeah, look at that. It does actually check. It looks for, it moves, it loads R switch char from resident memory. Yeah. But I believe it also handles paths that way. Okay, that feels like that needs to be a live stream. Yeah, so it does look like these two variables. So I'm assuming if you switched dir char, I don't think we have the OEM patch. Let me see here. So yeah, this talks about the device drivers, format of device driver, yada yada yada. This is basically everything you need to write a device driver under MS-DOS. I don't think we have the OEM patch file. DAWs patch. No, it specifically this specifically says this is an IBM change. If you actually look here in the documentation, please refer to DAWs patch for possible changes you may wish to make. We strongly recommend... oh, sorry, wrong line. Here it is. Most of these are due to last-minute changes to achieve a greater degree of compatibility with IBM's implementation of MS-DOS, PC-DOS. These include the use of backslash instead of forward slash as the path separator, and slash instead of that as a switch file. You know, I think I'm just going to call it Unlocking the Lost Secrets of the Microsoft DOS's source code. I actually think that works a lot better. So let me, if that's how we're going to frame the video, then I'm going to so let me actually change this. However, while digging into the source code for research purposes for a later OS2 version, I found enough interesting tidbits and lost bits history that I decided to break this into its own video. Because what I found was, shall we say, a bit cursed, and goes to show how different DAWs would have been without IBM's interference. And interference is very much the appropriate word here. However, before we get to that, we should start at the beginning. And that is with DAWs 1.0. Since this gives us much of the context we'll need to move forward. We also know from some of the documentation that Microsoft it takes a while. Let's just say it takes a while. All right, that means we're also going to look at how Microsoft actually built and developed DAWs, because that in and of itself was one of the first things I looked. Yeah, I want to just edit and re-edit this. Yeah, I think diving into this actually makes a lot more sense. I gotta think about how I want to edit this, so I'm gonna stretch my legs and then I'll type more. All right, catch you later. Yeah, no, I think that's exactly how I want to do this. Like, this is why I like sounding out my scripts on a video and writing, because I know for a fact that I'm sitting in a room by myself talking into a microphone, but you know there's currently 30 people watching, and thus, yeah, okay, so I definitely think there's going to be another stream here. Building out itself on screen while it builds. I also want to just check something with my footage. When I was running Xenix, oh, it was overlaid. Damn it. Crap. That's a little annoying. I think I'm going to have add a note. Yeah, I think I'm going to have... As a aside, I did this live on stream. I did my explorations live on stream and accidentally left the chat burned into the video. So, in the most awkward, chat burned into the video. I mean, I could refilm it. I don't think it actually matters. Actually, I think yeah, you know what? I think I know how I want to do it. So let me look at my higher version. Main version, cross-assembled. We will also be exploring just how Microsoft actually built and developed MS-DOS later, and it wasn't later in this video because they didn't build it on IBM machines. They in fact did, because I kind of do still want the have that lead in. Let's see here. Because they didn't build this. Alright, this is your host and commander. Along the way, we're also going to explore some of the hidden history I found in the source code. So, this video is both a weird exercise in cross-compiling. Created it. Strap yourselves in, folks, because this is going to be a weird one. Aiden, go for it. Have fun with it. Learn something. You learn a lot by looking at old source code. It's here. Also, I should note that by mistake, I accidentally burned chat into the video. So if you see half-ren names on screen, my bad. With that said, let's get right to it. Maybe I will re-record the build process. From these two files from MS-DOS source code, gnome create release of CNX and CNX 28SM. Top of MS-DOS, replacing which were the intended replacement for FBDs, however, would still be supported for purposes of backwards compatibility, and even had a limited form of notes. Taking a look at I know I was just looking at it. It was in R switch. Maybe it's in int ASM. Yeah, look, that's interesting. Switch characters defined right there. They probably can't due to copyright stuff, but it would definitely be cool if they could as well. I gotta think about what I want to write here, because this is where... Wait for me. Yeah, this is actually going to be a much longer video than I realized it was going to be. I mean, it's already at 8 pages of script. Crap. Oh, I was trying to avoid this. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure City was in DAWs 2. I should confirm that. So I think I know the clip I need for that. Actually, OS2 Museum has a lot of good information about this, so I'm going to add this to the sources file. But I am pretty sure DAWs 1.2.0 had the city command. Let me see if I can find a file listing. If it's anywhere, it's on PCJS. Let me see here. Operating systems. I guess City wasn't on this version. I mean, I would think it was. When was City added to DAWs then? It must have been later. Let me see if it's in DAWs 4. No. Was it all the way in MS-DOS 5? That is shockingly late if that's when it was added. It's not there either. Is it in 6? It might be in the Microsoft versions, actually. It's quite possible IBM didn't ship that command. Apparently it was in MS-DOS 2.0. Huh. The Google's Gemini AI says it's in 2.0, but I don't see it there. List of DOS commands. When was it actually added? This command's available in Microsoft DOS 2.0 and later, but it's not on the disk. I'm looking at the file index of it on the other screen. At least it's not on PC DOS. It is possible... Let me check the source code. Because it's possible I have the source code to it. Oh! Oh, interesting. So you could... Okay, so you could do it through command.com. You could actually do it through command.com. I think I need to try that. I actually think I need to try that. Okay, city, yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's print. to load into memory and provide services on request. Out of the box, I was provided a print spooler, which allowed a job to be sent to a printer and run in the background. I can't demonstrate this one properly because while ASIC box can emulate a printer, it doesn't emulate real life print times. Okay, so let me actually figure out what I'm going to go here. So let me add some notes here. Show PC Magazine clip. Clip of Xenix 286 booting up. Where's my mouse? Actual change source code to io.sys, then show 8-inch floppy drives. Oh, this is gonna be a pain to edit, I can already tell. It's not set city null. I can't find the city command on, yeah, I couldn't find the city command. I'm gonna stretch. I don't think I'm going to finish the script tonight, unfortunately.
Okay. Terminating state resident programs. The other functions, however, are much more interesting. Or much. This command doesn't exist in 2.0. Or, at the very least, I couldn't find it. Under later version, this command doesn't exist under DOS 2.0, or at least I couldn't find on any copy of the code. Find it on any version. Find it on any official release that I could find. However, the documentation for DOS 2.0 does note that you can move the I/O via a switch to command.com. Actually doing this is a little harder. In the form of daemons, ASCIIs, of device drivers. As well, 86 box can emulate a printer. It doesn't emulate real life. Device drivers were also new here. They existed in the form of device lines added to config.sys to make it do to load them on startup. Most people who used DAWs probably remember filling with config.sys for Sound Blaster for sound or CD-ROM support. Unfortunately, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have sound drivers for this version of DAWs, and CD-ROM support would require the network redirector API to function, which wasn't added until DAWs 3.0. However, there was one driver in the box which we can look at. This is ANSI.sys. By using Edlin, which was the only text editor included with DAWs until version 5.0, we can add ANSI.sys to config.sys. What this does is add ANSI terminal support to DAWs, and thus, when combined with a CGA adapter, we can get color text at the cost of quite a bit of conventional memory. It's not useful for most users, but it had its purposes.
I don't remember what ANSI dots like. I'm trying to see if there was. Yeah, so ANSI.sys. Probably going to need a real text editor if I want to do this. Okay, it's not useful for most users. But it costs quite a bit of conventional memory. This was probably fairly useful supporting Unix applications, which assumed an ANSI compliant terminal to be operative under MS-DOS. Okay, so I have at least a checklist of things I need to It was also at this point I just copied edit from DOS 6 to get a real editor. Edlin sucks. Although, as we'll see, there's a reason for its existence. Alright, so I gotta basically do the everything I'm listing out here, because I'm gonna have to get video clips. I believe ComSpec is the device node driver. Okay, doing this. Actually, doing this is a little harder. All right, so I'm gonna have to a little less than straightforward. I'm gonna have to film these clips. Let me make a little to-do list here at the top. Clips to film. Refilm DAWs 1 building itself. DAWs 2 functionality. Printing. Spooling. Sending a file to com1. ANSI text doing its thing. Yeah, okay, I think that's basically everything. Edlin was in DAWs 1. Edlin was in Seattle Computer Products. Yeah. Alright, I'm pretty sure ComSpec was in this version. Yeah, it is. So let me add another note here. One thing of note is that DAWs actually has a pseudo dev folder. In the first example, I just sent it to com1, which is a special file name. However, I can also redirect it to dev com1, and it works just the same. This is one of the first clear indications of Microsoft's intent to make DAWs more Xenix-like. I really do want to see if we can reverse the path switch and get DAWs with reverse file names. That would be really, really neat. I think we're gonna have to pop into Xenix to see the other features. So, God, there's so much I need to actually still type. Oh God, this is gonna be a way longer video than I thought it was gonna be. Why is it never simple? No, Petro, it was possible to get it to use Unix-style paths, so it would use a / instead of a \. This is actually mentioned in the documentation in the Oak. I haven't seen anyone refer to it, which makes me think no one actually looked at it all that closely. But I was looking at the source code, and because we have what Microsoft shipped was known as oh, that's not what I wanted to edit. It's both the path separator and the command line switch. It's two separate things. The command line switch can be changed at runtime. Let's see here. Yeah, it's called R switch. Yeah, so switch char, and that would be in, I'm assuming it's in cpars, because this is probably what deals with config.sys. Yeah, that's actually looks like what it is. Switch char. Or maybe not that file. Let me look a little deeper. Maybe it's in sys. Well, you know what? We have config.txt. Yeah, here it is. Switch char causes the current switch designator. Yeah, I mean, look at these. The example is actually back to front. But I mean, Mitch Blank, if you were just loading up, yeah, maybe that's fair. You know what? I'll scratch that sentence. You're actually right on that one. Yeah, V Westlife talked about it. That was the first time I heard about the Xenix to DAWs communication. I actually refer to his video directly in the script. It's It's... or I thought I referred to it directly. Yeah, no, it's right here. I think the other thing I would want to do is I actually want to just rebuild all of it, like as many of the commands as we can actually manage. God, this is gonna be a flipping long video. Yeah, like, I think it's gonna be a good video, although I was kind of disappointed on how the last one went. What's it currently sitting at? Yeah, it's the algorithm has stopped loving it. It's still getting a little bit of love, but not as much as I was hoping. It still did fairly well, all things considered. Yeah. I'm going to note that. Furthermore, Xenix by default emulated in ANSI terminal on the command line on the system. Okay, copy edit. Alright, so I think I don't need to actually, like, refilm anything for the DAWs 1.0 stuff. The DAWs 2.0 stuff, I'm going to have to, this is going to just be a suck and a suck. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but this is actually going to be a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. So much for quick and easy video. Like, fuck. I know DAWs 5 had City. Conspec variable, which allows us to set the default shell used by DAWs to something else besides command.com. Before we do this, let's make a backup of our DAWs floppy disk copy, because if I screw this up, my system is no longer bootable. Actually, you know, I'll probably do this off an installed system. No, the problem is that 80% of this video is context. So the compiling is actually a relatively short part, and a lot of people have already actually made that video. The main reason I was thinking about making a video on this was doing it on Xenix, but since we've now been diving deeper into the source code, it's a little bit more in-depth. So I'd rather just do it as one longer video. It'll probably be about 30 to 45 minutes when it's done. At least I've got through the writer's block. I've basically got everything as is to edit and create the first part of this video, which I'll release members only. The DAWs 2.0 part I will release as an independent segment, and then there isn't a whole lot to say about DAWs 4, but there is a fair bit I want to say about multitasking DAWs 4, but I don't know if that's going to be in this video. I gotta think about it. Also, I just remembered that there's a something I have to add to the DAWs 1.0 section. Let's see here. Billing the free file for. Now, furthermore, the topic of missing source code, we also don't have the code to the boot section. This isn't really a big deal since it's on every single bootable floppy disk, but it's disappointing nonetheless. Since we're now effectively done talking about DAWs 1.0, let me hit the fast forward button and run through the rest of the build real quick and reboot to the system. Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's the next video I would probably do is talking about multitasking DAWs 4 as a prelude into OS2 videos. Like, this is going to be a series. It's just this video in and of itself is just talking about DAWs, and then we go down the rabbit hole, so to speak. Oh man, this is gonna be a lot of clips. Let me see how much more I can actually get ran tonight, because I've been cracking at this for about 3 hours. Let me think about where sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here thinking. Yeah, I've probably got at least one more stream I've got to do. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here thinking right now.
Yeah, I think that's about the point I want to take it. I think I can get everything to film the first part as is. Like, I'm going to have to refilm some clips, but it's not going to be particularly hard, just a little time consuming. Let me see if I can get a little bit more RAM. It's here where we to dig into the differences between what are known as IBM and Microsoft versions of DOS. I alluded to this earlier, but IBM wanted certain functional changes. How much did I actually say earlier?
Hey, Integer Bang. Crap, this is legitimately, how do I even bring up OEM adaptation kits? What Microsoft shipped, provided as DOS 2.0's source code, was originally known as an OEM adaptation kit for Oak. Oaks were what computer manufacturers got when they licensed DOS from Microsoft. It was partial source code allowed DOS to be ported to their machines. Ported to their machines in whatever form they saw fit. The Oaks existed for both DOS until at least version 5, as well as early versions Windows, and was essentially came with tools and other information for adapting DOS to computers. The Oak in question in Microsoft's source release, however, is quite messy. Mihal next a fairly long post researching the genealogy of this code, but the short version is that this is the source code to Televideo DOS 2.0. Hold on. It combines the source code of version 2.0 and 2.11 from into one giant repo, and once again is both incomplete and lacks build tools. As seen from the copyright messages embedded into the code. Here we also have to give credit to Jeff Parsons, the author of PCJS, which lets you emulate vintage early PCs right in your web browser with the emulator ran JavaScript. Parsons was able to reconstruct. Let's see here. Parsons was able to find someone who had access to the original WAM adaptation kit and determine which files were on them originally. And thus help. Ooh, my files are help bring sense to sort everything. It's not clear if this mess comes from the Computer History Museum, who did the initial source release, or if it was just what they received from Microsoft as is. The source code provided finds incomplete and lacks buildables. It does, however, include quite a bit of developer documentation as well as skeletal versions of IOSys and other files that are necessary to port. I need to find the credit here. Well, what Microsoft released, actually get to building it. The official partial source code that allowed import machines. Oaks existed for MS-DOS. Entering which files and then help bring it, sort everything out. Okay. Reverse engineered, this time done by John Elliott. Before a fully usable system was created. I do think I need to make a few more edits up here. Actually, you know what? I don't think I need that sentence. Alright, let's start beginning. Before kicking off the build, I made a quick edit to source code with Edlin to show that this is a real source compile. I think I'm gonna recompile this, so I will I'll note that later. I might end up just filming a whole lot of the footage here. Yeah. Ads suck, but unfortunately ads are how I get paid, so they're kind of a necessary evil. Like, the vast majority of, like, I get, I would say about half, if more, or maybe like 60% of the channel revenue is watch page ads, so, you know, it sucks. It's kind of a necessary evil, but, you know, it is what it is. God, how's it already? I really am behind the ball because, like, it's already made June 16th and I've barely done any projects. This will probably be done by mid-July, I guess. I need to really work harder on getting my videos and stuff in order. The last 2 weeks have been kind of out there. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I think I've got enough written and done to be happy with it. I have to sit and, like, edit this now. So, let me put the dividing line here. Yeah, let me put the dividing line right there because this top part is a relatively easy and straightforward. Let me see here. How much is this just in and of itself? That looks like about 2 pages. Oh, it's 4 pages. 2,000 words, 4,000. So that's probably about 10. It's probably about 10 to 15 minutes of video footage. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I've got enough to start working on an actual video, so that's probably what I'll be doing tomorrow.
Um, I'm trying to think if I can get anything else done tonight. Yeah, okay, so I still got a fair bit more work I have to do on this, but I think I'm happy with this here as it is right now, so... yeah, so I've got the DAWs one. Thing is, I don't know what I'm going to say about DAWs 4. I mean, at least the single tasking one. I'm going to end this video off leading into multitasking DAWs 4. And I think that's going to be its own video. And then probably into OS2 0.0, 0.1, 1.2, 1.3, yada yada yada. And then this will be probably edited together into a supercut like I did with the OS2 video. So yeah, this is going to take a while. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. Alright, thanks all for joining in. I'll catch you all later. At least I got a good chunk of this done. I'm not in a state where I can record a voiceover tonight. Or actually, hold on. Before I actually call, is there anything else I want to actually write here? Yeah. No, yeah, DAWs 2 source code is a combination of 2.0 and 2.1. What I find really fascinating are the path separator stuff in it. Yeah, I think I can write a little bit more.
I actually think I can write a little bit more. I'm definitely tired, but the more I get written now, the easier it gets. Would later take the source code, do another round, clean up, and get it to build byte. Modern versions, MASM, then what was available at the time. More modern versions of MASM than what was available at the time. This is primarily because the period correct version MASM has a major problem. It lacks what are known as include paths. The assembler source code shipped by Microsoft refers to other files, includes other common files in each module. Has a major problem. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get something done. I'm kind of running on fumes. Similar common files includes our common files in each module. The MASM can only function we call to create a newer his own archive buildable source that uses a period correct version. MASM recompile to a byte identical version of IBM PC-DOS 2.x, or a byte conversion, byte identical version to what is believed to be a byte identical version of televideo DOS 2.x. I say believed because fortunately no binary copies of televideo DOS 2.0 exist to compare it to. Karl has a good write-up on the process, but Karl's source code has its own problem. It doesn't build on DOS 2.x. This is due to the aforementioned pen problem, include path. I say believed I'm writing stuff for basically everything is ran for AI these days. Like, I just find the state of AI just fucking depressing, to put it bluntly.
Yeah, well, what can you do about it? It's not like I can do anything to change the quote AI revolution, even if it's literally just making things shit for everyone else. You know, assuming the human race goes on for another 100 years, I mean, kids today are not going to grow up in a world where where AI is going to be omnipresent. And like, and we're at the point that kids' content can be mass produced with AI. There's this YouTuber, I forgot what his name is, Quizzy Cop or something like that. He was a Minecraft YouTuber, and he basically decided to just replace his entire content with AI generated shit, and it's getting good views. Like, you can tell if it's AI generated, but, you know, like, for a kid that's 6, 7, 8, 9, you know, the ones that really watch Minecraft Let's Plays, which is what his audience targets, you know, it's all AI generated. Well, I mean, the thing is that it's getting further beyond Uncanny Valley. You know, the fact is, we were having a pretty philosophical talk about AI the other night, and I guess we're going to talk about it a little longer because I think I'm out of mental steam to keep writing. Well, I mean, let's be honest. When was the last time you saw, you know, in terms of mass media, when was the last time you feel like there was love and effort actually put into a show? Like, it almost feels like, I mean, that's almost like what it felt like with, like, Star Trek Discovery. It felt like the soul was missing from that show, and I know it wasn't written by AI, but, you know, we're basically seeing a case where, you know, mass media is going to be replaced, humans are going to replace AI, as AI is improving year over year. I mean, 5 years ago, ChatGPT-2 barely had the intelligence of a 6-year-old. Now the public versions are about a high school grad. The private versions are 28% of the way of being able to solve humanity's last exam. You know, even if AI sentience is not a thing that becomes a thing, for want of better words, you're still going to deal with super intelligent databases that can look and appear human. I mean, AI's passed the Turing test years ago. But, I mean, here's the thing, Diego, is it works. I mean, it legitimately works. Yeah, no, I'm aware that what I'm making is for an LLM, and it's not like I can do anything to protect this. I mean, there's, I don't know if it's part of the big, beautiful bill or if it's separate legislation, but there's a current bill floating around in Congress that would essentially release AI companies from all liability. Because, you know, that's a thing that we need in this fucking world. And I have this horrible, horrible feeling that the first major change to copyright law in probably 50 years, because it's been extended, but the fundamental basis of U.S. copyright law was basically written down with the Sonny Bono Act, is probably going to be making AI usage of copyrighted material be fair use, just for Silicon Valley. Oh, Diego, yeah, but I mean, let's put it like this. How long could you until you could just put an LLM in a Discord server and you couldn't identify it as an AI? How long until you'll get fake engagement on YouTube, which is AI stuff? Like, I mean, you already see on major social media, you know, you get LLM shit posting all over X and other social media platforms. I mean, it's just going to get worse. I mean, I think of the movie, you know, the way I think of it is I think of the movie Bicentennial Man, how he built himself to become more and more human over time. And it's almost how I feel like it's going to go. I mean, at some point, AIs don't even need to cross the uncanny valley. They just need to become useful enough that they start becoming integrated into every aspect of daily life. Like, to put it a different way, once computers reached a point that they were more than, microcomputers became more than just a toy, they started becoming ever present in everyday life. It stands to reason that AIs are going to become like that. Like, instead of having secretaries, how long until you can have ChatGPT replace the human aspect entirely? I mean, arguably Siri is almost at that point as is. You can just tell it to make reminders, appointments, transcribe text. Current AI research is largely building what's called AI scaffolding, which allows it to quite literally reason. I mean, I don't know if the scenario of literal AI takeover is possible, but we've already seen in small scale. Like, I saw the AI 2027 thing, and I would have written it off if it wasn't for the people who wrote it. But we're getting to the point that AI, basically the end goal of LLMs, and if you look at stuff from OpenAI, you'll see this. The main point of LLMs is to basically create effectively unlimited training data for a second generation AI, and then to have the second generation AI get to the point that it could generate code for a third generation, and so forth and so on. And there's this thing in AI theory known as misalignment. And the way misalignment works is, if an AI is operating differently than its design goals say, this behavior can already be seen in current versions of AI, where it will effectively lie to accomplish a task. I mean, you could define an AI hallucination like that, because when does an AI ever tell you it doesn't have an answer? I've never seen, unless you specifically go out of your way to something that ChatGPT can't answer, it will make something up. I mean, that's where the basis of hallucinations come from. Well, Aaron D. Dystry, I mean, let's be honest, anyone who's creating anything is feeding it. I mean, I've been live streaming since before modern AI was a thing. I used to stream on Mixer when that was still a thing. I mean, Diego, Aiden, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. There isn't going to be a resistance to this, because even if you were to completely cut off the creation of new content, LLMs, and you couldn't do that, period. LLMs can generate new training data out of thin air these days that is roughly correct, and that's basically how they plan to do it. It's basically, we're already basically seeing that in AI. Like, OpenAI doesn't talk too much about how they build their models, but essentially using AI to revise the model and make new training data, and then just being able to throw more and more compute power at it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of where we're at right now, because I think I have effectively burned out my brain on writing this for the night. I mean, I have been kind of in mixed place with the channel for a while. I keep doing it because right now it is my only source of income, and here in Greece it goes a lot farther than it goes in North America. LGR FPS, yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, but you know what I really remember? It's when Trump posted that his vision of the Middle East that was entirely AI generated, like of the Gaza Strip turned into the Riviera. Like, there were so many things wrong with that, but the fact that it was AI generated was like the shit cherry on the shit cherry. I mean, let's be honest. At this point, the planet is at 1.8 Celsius degrees global heating. God almighty, we might not even survive another century. You know, we seem to move farther and farther away from things like the Paris Agreement and such, not even withstanding Trump. Like Biden, you know, China's building so many coal power plants that their emissions are growing year over year. I mean, they overtook the United States as the biggest polluters in the world. And the argument largely made by China and the global south is coal is how the global north industrialized. They have no right to take that away from the rest of the world, but it's going to kill us. Or if not, it's going to get really uneasy. And I mean, let's be honest. Modern society is built around carbon emissions. Computers are made out of lithium and cobalt. Smartphones last for about 2, maybe 3 years before they're disposed, and they have in total, I think smartphones are about 10 to 20% of I think it's about 10% of carbon emissions. I actually read the number the other night, but I can't quite remember it. And I'm like, something's got to give. But the thing is that for us to get off this, we either need to be able to move to renewable energy. But renewable energy only goes so far. Lithium batteries, lithium ion, in and of itself has carbon emissions. If we could turn off all the coal power plants and replace them with renewables, great, but you still have about 70% of carbon emissions going into the atmosphere. In and of itself, wind and solar can only do so much. It's getting to the point where a smartphone lasts, either getting rid of smartphones or making them last 10 years. Same with basically any consumer electronic device. And let's be honest, that's the antithesis of capitalism. Capitalism depends on people buying and consuming things, even things they don't need. I mean, I live a pretty minimalist life. Outside of my desktop, which the only reason I decided to ship it from Portland was because I use it for this YouTube channel. If it wasn't for that, I would have gotten rid of it. But, besides that, a laptop and my amateur radio gear, that's it. My entire life fits in 2 bags and a case to ship my desktop. That was it. And then I used to live with a family in Oregon the first time I lived out there, and I just remember how much of their paycheck was just spent on frivolous things. Again, I've always lived a fairly minimalist life. The most I ever owned in my life was the collection of vintage computers I had in Jersey City, and all of that was secondhand. A lot of it I picked up at essentially swap meets and such. Yeah, but Diego, that's the thing, is it doesn't make money. I don't have a problem working with the metric system. I legitimately don't have an issue with metric. Dealing with Greek, that's a lot harder, but it's slowly getting there. I just did my homework assignment for my Greek teacher the other night, which was write 50 sentences in English and Greek. I still have to really work on my vocabulary, but it's bit by bit, it's getting there. I'm legitimately... I have to put a lot more effort in if I want to get to a level of fluency, and I did start a new channel for basically working on Greek stuff, but I just find I don't have the energy to run multiple channels at once, and it sucks. When I'm not doing this, I'm doing classwork, or I'm doing Greek stuff, but I'm having a lot of motivational issues with staying and working with my Greek, but at least I feel like I'm making some headway with it. But looping back around, I mean, let's ask a more basic question, Diego. Do humans truly need smartphones? If we were to eliminate mobile phones, smartphones from the world, it's 10-20% of carbon emissions, just like that. And I'm not going to say newspapers didn't have a carbon impact. They certainly did, but newspapers recycle. They break down into soil and other compost, and then you grow more trees out of them. It's not a carbon neutral process, but it's a hell of a lot better than what it is today. And out in life is not the word I would use. LGR fibs. like I said, I have a sleep disorder. I mean, it is 5 in the morning here in Greece. I'm up more often at night than not, so going out is difficult in my lexicon, although I go out now more than I used to. Greece was kind of a good thing in that regard. But yeah, I mean, that's what it boils down to, is technology just goes... Hold on. I'm literally quoting the number out of my textbook. Let me see here. I want to see if I can find a good reputable source for this, because I don't really want to make... Here's one from the Carbon Trust. Let me see if this one's any good. It's about 100 and each single smartphone's impact is about 45 to 120 kilograms of carbon dioxide depending on the model. And I'm seeing that one. I'm seeing another one here saying 45 to 95 kilograms per phone. Here's an article. I mean, here, I'll drop this one out. Oh, wow, that article's too long for me to, there we go. I mean, I realistically use a map when I don't carry a cell phone. I'm serious. I used to carry paper maps. I mean, Mitch Blank, I don't disagree, but I mean, where does it stop? The fact of the matter is, you're talking about. I mean, let's take the conservative estimate: 45 kilograms of carbon dioxide per person. That means every 2 phones, you're basically getting an average human weight of carbon dioxide. Multiply that. I don't even know how many smartphones are made in a year. I'll look that up. As of 2014, over a billion. So, I mean, you're talking about a billion smartphones in 2014. That number's almost certainly gone up. Multiply it by 45 kilograms of carbon dioxide, and you get 45 billion kilograms of carbon dioxide. And that's a lowball number for the carbon emissions. I've seen it go as high as 120 kilograms when I was just flipping through Google search results. Like, that's not a small number. And I mean, you know, it's not even taking into account the costs of power. I mean, some smartphones are their manufacturing plants are powered by renewables, but a lot of them are powered by coal because they're made in China, and China primarily uses coal to build it. You also have the environmental aspect of what it takes to mine both lithium and cobalt. Or, well, cobalt. It's the base. It's what happens when you refine it. Plus, the refining process itself is not like it's a clean process. It's a very dirty process. Like, and I have to sit here and I have to seriously think about it. It's like, I realize there's a certain hypocrisy about me saying that, questioning the costs versus benefits of technology while I'm saying this live on a live stream. Like, tech is the reason I'm able to work. But I also feel like tech made my life worse in a lot of ways. I mean, there's a lot of things that people say that tech makes their lives better, but you don't hear so much about the things that tech makes worse. Yeah, I mean, you know, and then Diego, think about this. I mean, think about how much plastic and such is made making lightning to 3.5 millimeter adapters. I mean, that's not a small amount. I've had 2 or 3 of them because they either break or my phone does, and I'm just one person. Like, and I legitimately just, I would say my life in Greece is better. I'm dealing with a lot of old historical trauma that I couldn't deal with while I was still in the States. Being 7,000 miles away from it is remarkably helpful. There are some pretty big downsides to living out here, but on the whole, this feels like this has been the right call. And it just, I closed a chapter in my life when I left the US, and I think what astounds me the most is, at this point I've been here almost 8 months. I've got, assuming my interview with the Greek government goes well, I should have permanent residency finalized in the next few months. Hopefully quicker rather than later. But honestly, I'm surprised at how much I don't miss it. You know, the constant doom. You know, out here I have fresh air. Like, even compared, you know, I've spent a fair bit of time in Athens, and even Athens feels like a nicer place than New York City. Like, Athens is fairly run down in a lot of places, but it does feel like it still has soul and character. It feels like everything in New York City, which is my hometown, just had the character stomped out of it. I've seen some 2G here in Greece. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those networks are still up and running here. Greek government is not exactly the quickest on the ball to adopt new technology. So, you know, there's that. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling right now because I mean, Mitch Blank, though, that's another thing. You gave up meat and air travel, but an individual's the fact is that the top 1% generate about, if I remember the breakdown, the top 1%, you know, the top 50% richest people, which basically includes anyone in the global north, generates about 90% of carbon emissions. I believe the 1% in and of themselves make about half of all carbon emissions. Like, what you can do for as a single person is extremely limited. You can say that you give up meat and air travel for CO2, but realistically, it's a drop in the bucket. I commend you for doing it, and I wish more that would live up to that example. But at the end of the day, society itself has to change. It can't be just one person. It can't be 5 people. I can't see there being a critical mass where such a thing would ever be feasible. I mean, let's be clear here. What would happen if air travel was essentially restricted to, I don't want to say even those with a need, like, let's say it was restricted to those of the what politician wouldn't get voted out if they started putting things on air travel, even a carbon tax? And let's be honest, I don't think carbon taxes are all that effective. It just gets passed down to the consumer. But regardless of the measure, I mean, we're probably going to break 2% Celsius in terms of carbon emissions over the next few years. The fate of the human race gets a lot bleaker past that point. It's not necessarily an extinction event, but it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. I mean, Yeah, 2024 was 1.5 degrees Celsius on average above what it should be. I don't know, maybe I'm just kind of off tweaking, speaking to the void right now, because this has really been consuming my thoughts for a while. And maybe I'll write a little bit more. I do want to work more on my book, but I don't know when I'm going to fit that in my busy schedule, because, my God, I feel just completely swamped. I think tomorrow I'm going to record the voiceover for the first part of this and try and get it basically put together. I don't have that much to do in terms of actual, like, quote-unquote work remaining. I still have to write the script and I have to edit it, but I think it'll be a bit before we actually get to that. So I think my plan moving forward is I'm going to do I'll record the first 4 pages of this, edit them, and then I will ship that as a members only video. So it'll essentially be like what I did with the Linux from Scratch one, and then that will get shipped as a whole thing, because if I break it into individual parts, it gets a lot easier. Alright, I think we just cracked the 4-hour mark. It's 5:15 right now. Do I want to try and do any more writing? Let me put here, things to keep writing on. Alright, so I don't actually have that much more I need to write. It's basically the Xenix section, the path separator. I can probably do the path separator this coming week. I got so much crap I gotta do. I really feel like. At least I got things to fill my days. It used to be that my days were completely empty, and I think this is an overall improvement.
Why can't I copy and paste? There we go. Yeah, I think I got a little bit more writing in me. I'm just gonna stretch my legs for now. I mean, how much do I want to talk about memory? Operative line here is too large. So we look background. Xerox. It is possible to build software for MS. Itself includes a copy of MAS macro assembler used to build DOS. Such, the catch here is
How much did I say about Xenix earlier? Oh, and it is known as such a fact is mentioned in the documentation of the Windows SDK. Is we're really back around to Xenix. It is possible to build software for DAWs on Xenix. So we can also see further evidence that DAWs itself was developed on Unix systems. While not present in the DAWs 2.0 source code, several files in the DAWs 4.0 source code have this, a SCC ID. CI was source control. I forgot what SS. I know it was developed by AT&T, source code control system. Code control system, and it was an early version control system created by AT&T used on Xenix, or on Unix. Xenix includes a copy of SCC and its development. While it's conceivable that Microsoft might have ported or obtained a copy of SCC for DAWs, this combined with other Xenix influences suggests quite heavily that DAWs itself, at least at this point in time, was primarily developed on Xenix hardware on Xenix. The question now became, would it build on Xenix? From what I can gather, Microsoft primarily use 6800 based Xenix machines in their office. However, Xenix was available for both the 8088 and 80286 version. Unfortunately, the recent copies of Xenix 68000 do not include the tools necessary to build DAWs. It was, in fact, one of, if not the first if not the first operating system that could take advantage of protected mode on the 286. These copies of DAWs also include both NASM and DAWS LD.
which, at least in theory, could build DAWs 2.0's source code. The question I had, and the initial desire to make this video, was finding out if it could. Now, it should be noted that command.com does, in fact, build on an 808 machine successfully. The machine I tested it on did have emulated machine I tested it on did have 512 kilobytes of memory. So it is possible that this version of the Oak and this README do not match each other. Nonetheless, this is proof that Microsoft did, in fact, build DAWs on something. Before I get into that, there's one thing I should point. At least with the code provided, did have it. Whether so. I don't know if this README is out of date or if Microsoft was considering microcomputers, machines with less than should be noted that the IBM XE required. Either way, though, my interest was piqued. Xenix 286 was first released. We're going with Xenix 286 for this attempt at building the source code. Primarily because Xenix is extremely limited, and how do I want to describe this? When was Xenix 286? This is newer than DAWs 2.0 by about 2 years, but The 286 is much faster than A808 and less likely to run into memory. Nine pages. Okay. Oh man, I really hate these longer. I know 88 run into memory issues. A few very specific hardware. Realistically, you need to be either a real IBM PC-AT or an emulated one. I'm using one of the few hard drives used with proper disk geometry for it to install. The next 286 also chokes with EGA or newer video cards. It's CGA, MDA, or bust. I went with an MDA video card because tinted green. I think it looks nicer. CGA, and we won't be doing anything graphical here anyway.
Alright, I gotta figure out how much more I gotta actually write. When an MDA video card. Alright, so we're now here. I actually have to add a few more links down here to, I want to... The recent me or the way though, interest was piqued. While I could do the rest of this video DAWs alone, building DAWs on Xenix was my interest and original interest. What I decided, what made me break this into a separate video instead of one focusing to development. It was only during this process I found some interesting hidden gems buried in the DAWs source code, some of which I already alluded to. Anyway, let's get to building. I've already managed to
Alright. I just need to check the video because bad tracks. Okay, much here, just Matt. Feeding the discs. After completing that, we get a message of the base system installed and we're ready to reboot. So, I rebooted. I gotta look at this in a better video editor. Because I thought I did more than... Oh, did I really tab out while it was rebooting? Maybe not. Problem is that I don't have really granular control of like the dot, and I don't really want. Maybe I can open this in a better video editor, because I don't really remember exactly. This is normally why I try and write my scripts like immediately after doing the live stream. Let me load the video in VLC. Okay. Did I have to feed? I don't remember. Did I have to feed multiple disks at the start of the process? I don't remember. Okay. And we're ready to reboot. So let's just say here. In fact, I entirely flubbed setting time zone. Surprisingly, no disk swapping required yet. So I rebooted. This quickly brought us. Now we had a very basic Linux system running off the hard drive. To actually install the base software, I had to run install base, which then started prompting for the rest of the install disks. After doing all of that, I then inserted the first disk of the development kit, the software development suite, or SDS, which has the compilers and cross for both Xenix assemblers for both Xenix. Not sure if you're supposed to do this in two separate steps, but it worked. After feeding in all the disks, it was time. And then figure out how to get the DOS source code into the Xenix 286 install. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty fried, but like I said, I want to try and just basically write as much as I can. This is... If this gets to 10,000 words... Well, I don't think it's going to be 10,000 words because I have a lot of notes in this document. Where are we at? 4,000. So that's about 30 minutes of video. Like 10,000. The Linux from Scratch video was, I think it was just under 20,000 words when I wrote it. So, you know, there's that. So I think... Yeah, I'm going to... Let me see if I've got anything else left in me. I gotta think about what I'm gonna write next.
source code into the x86.
The easiest way I found of doing this was simply writing a tar image with the files to a floppy disk and then extracting. This was a little awkward and I couldn't copy all the source in a single go, but it did work. So now came the $1,000,000 question. Would it build? I had a list of commands needed. List of commands used to build DAWs and DAWs. So it was theoretically just a matter of running MASM on the right files in order. It's a matter of running MASM on the right files in order. I ran the command and everything blew up. Oops. However, it didn't take me long to figure out why. It was the line endings. The files I had were formatted with DAWs style line endings. Unix, meanwhile, only uses CR. And the extra LF, which shows up as $M in Vim and Vi, was confusing the assembler. Fortunately, I could just run DAWs to Unix on the source to convert them. After transferring them back over, I tried again. I gotta look at the footage to remember what Okay, so I got the order of events. It complained it couldn't find... I actually still have the VMs running from the other day. Let me bring up this. Fine.
it quickly... I realized this was the same include path problem that I described before. Fortunately, I am on a Unix system, which has hard links. This, however, didn't solve it. It took me a little time to realize I forgot something important. Case sensitivity. Unlike DOS, Xenix cares about file case. And internally, all file names written in include statements are uppercase. Fixing this involved renaming every source file to be uppercase, transferring then over, and then trying again. Masm promptly exploded. With various undefined symbols. This wasn't looking good, but I kept digging. This time, manually renamed files at one just to see if we could even assemble one source file. Fortunately, I also converted all the files to be in uppercase. I wouldn't have to manually name them.
I gotta write this. Still got a few errors, but no severe errors. I also realized I ended up with MS-DOS.O. Specifically. That is a legitimately first thing to see, but it did build, so I carried on. The second file errored syntax error, but this does actually, but looking at the line in question, I noticed an extra bracket, so I deleted it. Built. Then the third file. My God. Holy cow. It actually seemed like I wrote a quick script to build all the files for me. And after some time, they all built successfully. Now was the question of linking. This normally is linked with link.exe, which is included as part of DOS 2.0. Xenix provides DOS-L. Oh, I gotta talk about ext to Ben. I gotta talk about ext to Ben. Damn it. And exe to Ben. Shit, I don't even know how I'm gonna describe that. I think I have to add some notes about actually building DAWs under DAWs. By loading the source directory up on DAWs 4.0, which does include append, it does build successfully. And also put a blank floppy disk, a proper boot sector on it on the disk, copy in order. Fuck, I gotta talk about that part too. I might have to refilm that clip in that order in order to make it bootable. Should we know the boot sector on the floppy must once again, Microsoft didn't ship the boot sector source code for DOS 2.0, but we can just grab it from another disk. Once again, Microsoft didn't ship. Grab from another disk. We can see here the televideo copyright messages showing that we did in fact successfully build DOS 2.0 from source. Wait. It does successfully build. It should be noted that Televideo's source code was built with the IBM flag enabled, so that's what the reconstructed IOSys only builds an IBM version. So that's what I'm building. After getting through the build process, Yeah, I think this is going to be 4 parts for Patreons. So I did. Point, I didn't realize I had to build the IBM version of the source code. So, well, as such, I had built the Microsoft edition first. Secondly, and this is a bigger problem, I didn't all the tools I needed to build everything. Actually, I did this slightly differently. It was also at this point I figured out only the IBM version was fully buildable. So some rebuilding and source relocation later, I now had IBM DOS.exe built. Then copied it to a floppy disk, loaded it up under DOS, and ran xt to bin to create IBM DOS.sys. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in a moment because I definitely need to take a bit of a break.
Oh, you know why the same song is looping? Sorry, I don't have my headphones on, so I'm not even hearing it. I didn't even realize it was the same track just looping over and over again. I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. It's because I didn't load the music library right. There we go. God, my brain is literally going. Alright, how much did I actually write? I'm gonna have to, like, do a bunch of revising on this. Word count. 5,000 words. I've probably got... This basically covers everything up until this point. I have to reshoot a bunch of footage. It won't be hard. It's literally just build it footage, so... I think I've got enough done for parts 1 and 2. I have to sit with the source code and... do that. Alright, I now had the MS-DOS built. I had to copy to a floppy disk, load it up into DOS, and then ran ext to bin to create IBM DOS.sys. You know, I should actually halt sys on this because I don't want to lose the file system if it goes boom. Because Xenix can sometimes eat file systems. So I did just that. Buildcommand.com and IBM DOS sys with relatively little issue. The same way I built IBM DOS sys prior. Okay, I also made a small edit to command.com's source code to change the version string. Append the version string. I then copied the linked files, a DOS system, to run ext to bin. It's here where the only real thing of note was I had to provide a fix-up number for IBM bio.sys when running ext to bin. After building a new boot floppy, sure enough, we were in business. But now I had something else to look at. Something I noticed in the documentation that source that I don't think anyone else has brought up before. Alright, I think that covers videos 1 and 2 for members. So, yeah. Alright, I think I'm going to call this here, because at this point, I am actually pretty fried. I've been writing for 5.5 hours. I still have to do the actual last part of this project, which is going to be the path shenanigans. I think I can get both parts 1 and part 2 edited today, so I'm going to write a bit of a community. I'm going to write a community post right now. Okay. Right now, I've been sitting and pounding out the script for my adventures in MS-DOS. It's currently about 7,000 words long, and I probably have another 3,000 to 4,000 to write. I'm going to start video editing tomorrow and release this in parts to patrons, members and patrons. Final video is probably going to be about 40 minutes long, given the length. Script, patrons and members, in what will likely be 4 parts. Once I have all 4 parts done and edited, the supercut of them will be released as a public video. Yeah. I'm expecting to have this done by early July, the latest. I do have one more major live stream I need to do on this topic, exploring some hidden nuggets deep in the DOS source code. But I have a lot of video editing to do before that. So, alright, let me do that, post that, and then I'll put it out as a Patreon post. Okay. Channel, you know, honestly, things are doing like it's looking pretty well. So post. I'm just going to kick that one out the door. Public, publish it, done. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm calling it here. Alright, I think this is your host 10 Commander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day. I am kind of a potato. So,